All right. Oh, and I forgot Discord notification. Yeah, I forgot to do the announcement. I thought we had gotten into things a little quicker than I expected. Yeah, hold up. So yeah, I think we're gonna do we're gonna change sort order to a floating point, and then we can just, when we insert things, we can just divide by 2. And then we may want to just create some kind of, like, if we were gonna do this in a broader way, some kind of cron job that goes through and like actually just updates the sort order. I think that would be pretty good. Right? So, right, as we start moving and sorting things, if we know we're at the end, all we need to do is take the sort order of the last item and add 1 to it. If we're at the beginning, we take the sort order of the first item and subtract 1 from it, and we're good to go there. If we're in between things, we simply take the sort order of the item that we're replacing and the item before it, and grab the, right, we grab the value directly in between them. So if it's 4 and 5, we would end up with 4.5, right? Bam. And then as we do that more and more, we'll end up with like 4.35, or I don't remember the exact numbers, right? But it'll be directly between any 2 numbers, and it'll keep subdividing lower and lower into like greater amounts of precision. We could run into issues if that precision, right? If we transfer and move things hundreds of times, eventually we'll run out of precision for that, right? But if we then simply have a rationalization step in which we realign the numbers to just their order within the index on a regular basis of some kind, then we're good to go. And I think that would be useful. So, yeah. For now, we're just going to refactor a bit. We're going to make it a floating point. We're going to get our sorting data logic there. And, yeah, I'm curious, who here's worked on any, like, large-ish projects where you ended up needing to do user-defined sorting? How did you actually model that data? Is the floating point or decimal or whatever and just dividing, you know, dividing the 2 sort orders by 2? Does that do it? Right? As long as you know the list is already sorted. I think that's the important part there. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't had to data model this. I feel like I've had to do it once or twice, but it's been a long time. Yeah, it's actually surprising. User-defined sort order isn't actually that common. Yeah, a lot of dashboard-style applications I've worked on haven't needed any user-defined sort order. It's always just sorted based upon fields that exist that you're probably not even going to be modifying that much. Right? Created date, modified date. Alphabetical. Severity. Right? All these things, that's easy. That's some of the easiest sorting you've ever done. But it's not like user drag and droppable either. Another way that it's been done before is right? You could treat it like a linked list where you have a previous and a next, and then you just modify the previous and next, and that becomes pretty easy. But it becomes less easy when you need to sort those values via SQL query, right? You end up needing to do your own custom, like, business logic sorting instead of just letting the SQL do it. So that gets a little hairy. Yeah, exactly, the bread. Now, keep in mind, we're not going to need to do that at all. But I think here's the big thing. You don't always... Well, yeah, I mean, that could work. Just the swap. The main idea is that you don't want to have to actually update every value above it, right? But you can always just insert at the end and then drag it and replace. And I mean, here's the thing, like, you're doing a swap, right? If you were to take the item that you just created at the end, move it up to, let's say, number 5 of 10, you then need to update every single one after where you just put it, right? Because you're not just swapping where they sit, you're just putting something before all these others. So then you end up having to renumber all of the others. And doing so, you would either want to do like a stored procedure or something in the database, or you end up doing like n+1 style queries to like update every item after. And that definitely doesn't scale. Like, I really don't want to do that. What does CTE stand for? I forget. It's something table expression? Common table expression. There you go. Yeah, I haven't used those as much. I would really question the performance of such a thing. But at least it's staying within the database system, right? Rather than going back out to all that. Yeah, I would say it's still probably not as performant as what we're talking about, though, right? Like, if you just do the middle value approach, that's way more performant. So, you know, saying it's performant doesn't mean as much until you're comparing it against something else, right? So then it would probably depend upon the amount of, like, records that you would have to modify. Which means that it scales probably not linearly, but it's not a 1, right? Yeah, like the previous next stuff seems pretty rough, right? So modeling it like an unbalanced tree or a linked list or whatever, there's still the headache of writing that SQL query statement or writing the CTE or whatever, right? Which is maybe not hard, especially if you've done it before, but it's definitely not as easy as a simple sort by, right? So anything beyond the easy common case is kind of tech debt. But doing the like rationalization step to update a sequence based upon how many items are in the sequence and their order within that as a cron job or whatever, that's also tech debt. So, you know, you're not always going to avoid tech debt, but I think there's something to it, right? And we have to like really just weigh the pros and cons. I think in this case, for what we're doing, the middle value approach is probably fine. But we're going to test it out, see how we like it. Let me post over to watch.dev. And yeah, so we're going to be doing that sorting logic stuff. So here's our app. We've got some drag and drop sort stuff, but we're not doing the logic right for it. I'm also not too pumped on the way that this tree component kind of like mixes up our data types. It's not ideal. Could definitely be worse, but definitely not ideal. Let me go throw a lurk on someone, though. Oh, Cutting with Strangers is still going? Oh, damn. He's been going 28 hours. So yeah, he's going for a while. All right, so it's the on move hook. And yeah, we're just doing like a naive like +1. That ain't it. So instead, what we need to do here we're gonna say new sort order. So if e.index is equal to 0, that would actually be our new sort order right there. No, not quite. What we'd want to do is grab whatever that is. We do -1. Else if here, if e-index is equal to We're going to do length on this. And then else, new sort order is equal to that plus that. We want to divide it by 2. Hold on. How do we get the max integer? I know there's a way to do that. JS max integer. How do we get that? Max safe integer, that's it. All right, so then from there, we do that. This becomes just new sort order. But we need to go modify our model now. So chapters have a sort order, but it is not an int. We got to go look at, what are the valid SQLite? Ugh. Types. Ah, real. That does mean we need to go update these now. And we need to go clear out our database. If we were doing it right, we'd do migrations, but we don't care about that right now. This is just a proof of concept. And yeah, how you doing, Owen? Oh, so that's not how we end up clearing site data? Plot thickens. Const reset db equals, we'll say true for now. There we go. That'll do it. It would be nice to figure out a way to reset that in a different way. I wonder if they actually cover that over on the SQ local docs. Nope. Meh, I think it's fine. Chapter 1. Well, we need to make it to where enter actually does those things. Oop. Ooh. All right, so we got a flaw in our logic. I don't know, Sonic. How you doing, sure, Mr. Sir? Okay, so we saw that one drag. Getting into some drag and drop this week? Nice. So yeah, all right. Looks like we have a stable sort. Let's see if we can add to the beginning and end. Yep. Looks pretty good. Oh. So creating the new one, put it here at the end. Yeah, so we got a slight flaw there. Right. The reason... Oh, yeah, so dragging to the end there is probably a bad idea. All right, so setting it to the max int is probably a bad idea. When we drag the 1 to the beginning, right, we see it at -1, which isn't the end of the world. When we drag this one to the beginning, we see it at -2, right? Yep. If we drag it to the end, though, we're all right there. So I don't actually know how we got that math max. That actually seems fine to me. So hold up. I think I know what happened. Hold on. Here in app. The only place we're doing that max value is if index is either 0 or the length. Otherwise, we end up doing this, and e-index could end up being empty, right? I think I just want this to be greater than or equal to. no matter what, this should never be greater than the length of the list, right? All right, so now we can bail out of that, and we know that these are always defined. So we should always have a length. All right, so let's do a refresh just to be sure. We can throw 3 at the end. Do a chapter 5. Let's keep them consistent. Okay, so when we created sort order here, that's actually our flaw. Yeah, it's on the creation. Oh. Interesting. We're not even... Oh, wait, so that's when we create a book. This is for the chapter. Yeah, there it is. So, current book, chapters, length. Yeah, I was looking at the wrong place. We're going to do a similar guard here. If... Oop. Yeah, all right. I think we're good. Well, what's up, Geralt? How you doing? Now, another thing we could do is just add 1 to the end here. We could grab the item at the end of the list and just add 1 to that value. And I think that's probably even more resilient. So let's refresh. Let's be sure, right? 3, 6, 7 there. There we go. Okay, I think it works. So we end up needing to do similar logic when we create snippets. And when we drag and drop our snippets. Yeah, I think I like it so far. All right. So we got our drag and drop. We got our data modeled there. Nothing there too crazy going on. Let's double check here. Right. We keep adding to that number. Yep, we get a half as we need. Dragging something between 5 and 8. .25. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think this is a nice stable sort that we got. In any way we choose to drag and drop these. Stable isn't the right word, but you know what I mean. Oh, really, Jarrell? Nice. Yeah, I didn't catch that. But, yep, this is a good way to do it. This number will eventually get pretty long. Yeah, Ryan Florence is good. He's the reason routing for front-end applications is what it is these days. He created the Ember router that basically changed the entire game. Every router that we deal with today, that we actually like touch and deal with, right? React router, he also wrote. All of that stuff is due to how solid and awesome Ember router was. Before that, I think Angular had its own version of a router that wasn't as URL focused as it should have been. So yeah, hugely influential person. Like 1 million sorts before it breaks. Exactly, right? And even then, to fix that problem, you can just establish a cron job that goes and, just updates the sort order to whatever their index is within the array again. Which is super, not that big a deal. Right? You do a fetch, and then you do an update, and do it as a cron job. And you'll most likely never run into that issue ever again. That cron job is a bit of work. And the larger your data set gets, right, the more users, etc., the more time that cron job takes to run. But it's still like a workable problem. So yeah, cool. We're done with our sort logic here. We're gonna have to go do it for snippets here in a sec. So what you're saying there, sure, is if I were to drag, let's say number 5 here, up into here, and then I would have to go modify the sort order of everything that comes after it, Yeah, that's way too cumbersome. That is a nightmare. It's a bad idea. Someone pointed out that theoretically CTEs could solve that? Or were they actually talking about the linked list version of sorting? I'm actually not 100% certain of their context for that. But yeah, modifying every item after it definitely doesn't scale. This will get you really far for a while before you need to rationalize the numbers again. So it really depends on how many things you expect to have, right? Who's gonna write a book with 100 chapters in it? So I'm probably pretty good there. It'll happen maybe, but should be rare. 100 snippets per chapter? Sure. Thousands? Maybe? But millions? Nah. And often, how often are you going to actually be reordering these? So yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, by then we can come back and revisit it, or we can just establish the cron job, and then we're good. But this is not a thing that needs a cron job because this runs right here in our browser. There is no server to do this on, so it's not even a big deal. Me, as a single author, using this proof of concept, I will never hit the limits that we're talking about. So it's not a big deal. In the future, if I wanted to turn it into a service, it could be more of a deal. But we have so much more to worry about data modeling wise, right? We'd want to do a kind of a multi-tenancy, or at least allow users to be on multiple teams as users within the system. And yeah, modeling that is way more work. But not that much more work. Just something we haven't done yet at all that we're going to have to do at some point. All right, so yeah, I'm glad we sat and stewed on it for a night. Sell the service before they exhaust floating point precision. Problem solved. We'll have 128-bit numbers anyway by the time we need to deal with it, right? 128-bit floating point, problem solved. Not necessarily, but still, it's a fun joke, right? And real quick, Ifad, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm going to pour a lemonade. That was a nice, solid win. And yeah, so our next steps. I remember what this is from now. This is from a CPU hot sink, or a heat sink. Okay. I was like, did this fall off my chair? It just dawned on me because I saw another one in another part of the house, or in another part of the apartment. And there's no way it would have fallen off my chair over into there. So yeah. Took me a second. I just had that epiphany. Oh, it's from a heatsink I couldn't even use. I think the old stock one. No. It's from an old one. I don't know where those parts even are. It's not important. Okay, so our next step. We probably want to establish all of the snippet stuff. We probably want to establish rename and delete Those are going to be easy enough too. What I'm thinking... we may want to start thinking about a different state management system. Right now we're just using use state, but we're going to modify stuff in some places that we're going to want to re-trigger and update in other places. So we may end up wanting to do the yotai thing for derived state. Because as an example, as we add snippets, the snippet will be a widget over here. We'll actually be able to update the label or name of that snippet in the form on the right that we show. But this right here is actually in a different layout or a different route, right? So the chapter route is its own thing. The snippet route for it is also its own thing. This is partially why I'm not a fan of nested router outlets. Because then every route can just manage the state that it needs and fetch the state that it needs. So then you have full access at the route level to update all the state you needed. This is, yeah, we're basically running into the same problem I've always had with nested router outlets. And there's a way to work around it that involves some type of global state management. Right? Yotai, Redux, whatever. In Angular, we'd end up using some RxJS magic. There's a whole bunch of stuff we can do. What was that Discord thing? What Discord is this even? Legion? Yeah, I don't know. I'm in a few Discords that I'm not necessarily needing to be in. Oh, I think I remember it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That was for a group that I played some League with. Okay, so deleting a book. We almost want to create a transaction. SQLite has transactions, right? Yeah. Okay. can we do an automatic rollback? Okay. So on conflict doesn't actually run when you have drop or create table statements, which would be different. Okay. I think it's probably fine. We can use just begin, commit, and rollback. Does drizzle does deal with transactions. Okay. Looks good to me. You can actually do nested transactions too, which is kind of cool. Nice. You can also return values. Oh, that's cool. Okay. So, let's look at some of our repositories. We need to write some of that transaction logic. Glass is streaming today. I feel like that's a rare Monday stream from him. Today is Monday, right? Yeah, okay. Whew. I thought I lost a day. Or gained one? Not sure how that works, but yeah. Okay, so get snippets for chapter. Removing a single snippet is just its own thing. Removing a chapter means we need to remove all snippets for that chapter. So the transaction, we would delete snippets first. All right, so dot where, this is EQ where snippet dot chapter ID is equal to chapter ID. Oop, and it is snippets. Cool. So we get that transaction for deleting chapters, and oh, that's just chapters.id. Oh, hold up. Okay, so it is async by default anyway. And then here in books, we do a similar thing. So here's the thing. Chapters have the book on them. Yeah, this just becomes a bunch of, like, for-clause-y stuff. Yeah, this is a bit of an ugly statement that we're going to end up doing. Chapters to delete. Ooh, dot all is not what I wanted. Dot select. Dot where. chapters.bookid is equal to bookid. We need dot from, oop, not form. Oop, there we go. And this is that. All right, so we bring that in. That should be good. Oop. Probably could have done a for of or a for in. I don't use those enough. I should reach for them more. Rather than like indexing like this. But okay, so there's our book delete, there's our chapter delete, and we should be good. Oh, that's right, Dewey. Yeah, I always forget about Cascade. Yeah, let's go look at our schema real quick. Yeah, that's a good point. Then we don't even have to write that ourselves. Oof. That's kind of annoying. Ooh. Damn. That's not what I wanted. I want to do one more thing too. This will be chapter check. Yeah, I don't have a good way of inspecting the SQLite database, so I want to see if we could just do this. Select star from chapters. And that's it. Yeah. So I just want to double check that. And what up, Leostera? How's it going? How have your streams been? Yeah, Happy New Year's. It's fine. Just chilling. All right, so hold up. We've got a delete button that I want to do something with. How about you? Just chilling today? Nice. All right, so we refresh. Inspect element. I just want to see our chapter check. Yup. So that's every chapter. If we delete foreign key constraint failed. I think we have the wrong cascade, or the wrong constraint. All right, so we do pragma foreign keys on. So yeah, I feel like that should have worked. Oh, hold on. Wait. I know the reason. We need to actually drop our tables. Yep. We need to reset the entire DB. So that would be that. Yep. Right, it's empty now. There we go. We create a book. Within that book, we create some chapters. Yeah, where is Robert Tables? Ah, that's it. Okay, I see where I'm doing that. Yep. We just needed a safer way of doing that. What line was it? 200 something? It's when we create the new chapter, this part. I'm not a huge fan of ternaries, but I think this is a case where it's fine. Last chapter is that. If we have a last chapter, we want last chapter dot sort order +1. Or we want 0. There we go. All right, so we refresh, we look at the console, we see the chapter check is empty. All right, cool. So the cascade does work. Hell yeah, good call. Ended up building a little benchmark 2e thing for Riot. Oh yeah, hold on, let's look at that. Oh, I like the logo. That's nice. Inspired by Benchy. Okay. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, clean stuff. You just hammered this out yesterday? Yeah, really cool. Oh, today. Nice. I guess, yeah, time zones. 6 hours ago. That's like this morning? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, it's 1 a.m. where you are? That makes more sense. Okay, so yeah, we've got that going. We've got delete working. We should probably confirm a delete instead of just doing it, but I'll leave that for now. A rename would probably end up reusing that modal that we have too. Yeah, so what we got inside of here, we should definitely pull out to a component. Create modal. And what's up, Fallen? How you doing? Okay, so we're gonna need to create some props for this. Interface, create modal props. We don't care about children too much. There's gonna be an opened title is a string. Create or update modal. Ooh, yeah. Should bring in all of the inputs we can. Modal text input group button, and that's it for now. Wait, what? Where's modal coming from there? Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is copyright safe, so you can totally listen to it on your YouTube, on your Twitch, whatever. Yeah, totally copyright safe music. That isn't correct whatsoever. Why does it think it's referring to a type? Oh, yeah. I like to bob my head. It is definitely not being used as a type. Let's just restart the extension host. My guess is VS Code's trying to coax us into an update. Yeah, no worries. Yep, have a good night. Thank you for the follow as well. I almost missed that one. Yeah, thanks for chilling. Tomorrow night, I'll be working with DM Mulroy. We'll be doing some more OCaml stuff. But that doesn't typically start until like 4:30 my time, so another half hour from now, so it might be a bit late for you. Yeah, it starts a bit late, so... Yeah, I'll try and get, like, the VODs up. I think that would be useful. Oh, and this is why it's failing, because we're doing .ts instead of .tsx. That was it. That's the whole issue. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I really need to get those VODs up. Let's check the unban request. Do we think it's sincere? Or do we think they're just going to use it as another chance to jab at us? All right. Looks sincere. We'll allow it. All right, so back to extracting what we got in here. So this is going to be our submit. Or actually, hold on. Method that returns promise void. Actually want to do that for on close as well, just in case. Oh. All right, so on submit makes it to there. We end up getting rid of this on click. This would be button label. And button label defaults to create. Okay, so we have abstracted out what we want in here. We're going to end up using it in multiple places, so I think it's worth it to have this abstraction. Saves us from a little bit of repetitiveness. We're going to rename that to creator update modal, and we're going to bring it in from here. All right, so then we get down to the modal itself. Yeah. So one thing that we're messing up about our modal is the on submit. That actually needs to do the new title. All right, so then if that were to throw, we're fine with that. What we end up doing is then making sure that we reset. All right, by defining a default here, all that should be good. So opened and modal title are really the only like required props. Yeah. I like the idea of the methods being grouped together at the end. Not that it matters. Almost forgot we needed that. And that should be good. Okay, so back to the consumer. We probably want to do input label as well. So we're not quite done. One more prop. All right, there we go. Okay, so input label is then book title. We got our on close right there. And yeah, this ends up being our on submit. Yeah, cool. So let's go back up to some of our state, right? We're not using that anymore. We're not going to use new chapter title anymore. We do still want to do the current book stuff. The stuff here, we'd still also want. Ah, okay. So that one's used for the mobile menu, which we're fine with. All right, so then we've got this modal. Finally got a sous vide. Nice. Yeah, it makes cooking some stuff way easier. I haven't used mine in a bit, but I should. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Requires more effort. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. And you can kind of leave it in there like as long as you need to. The difference between like 4 hours in there and 7 hours in there isn't going to be that much. So you can be a little fuzzy about like, you know, when you like get it going. Yeah, it's quite nice. Oh, that's not what I was looking for. Yes, let's just do this. Yes, the only big thing we end up changing from here, we got some labels, and we change out what happens inside of our onClick. Okay, so now when we want to update the styling of our modal, it's in one exact place. And we got a fair bit of red in here. Yeah, we'll want to fix some of that. The rest isn't so bad. So, as far as creating or updating, right? Technically, this is the create for book, the create for chapter. On this page, we're going to end up having the edit book modal for renaming things. Everything happening inside the onSubmit we'll just hold on to for now. This is button label. Oop, wrong place though. And then, yeah, in the place that we are opening the create book modal, no, it's going to be over in here, and it's going to be for this. All right, so open edit book modal we'll do there, but still want to set current book. We still want to stop propagation. So then for this edit book, oh, and yeah, title there. That one's just empty. Title here current book dot title. Right, edit book, book title. Ooh. But we didn't set the book right there. So that's something we'll have to work on. But I gotta pee real quick, so let me go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. Give me just a sec. Got enough water, so I don't need to do any of that. So yeah, just restroom. All right. So I think a lot of this That's right, yes. This ends up being a splice. Yeah, we can do that. That'll be fine. Actually, we could just do it as a map, too. Alright, so bookscrud.update. We should never be in a case where that happened, but just in case. So then this is books.map. If else cool. So if book ID is equal to current book ID, we simply want to return current book and title, new title. Oh, and this would be close edit book modal. So that doesn't seem right to me, though. All right, let's go look at the modal real quick and see what I did wrong there. My guess is that the plot thickens. Hold on. That's how we're doing the on submit. Another. Aha, so yeah, it's a flaw in my on submit hook. Okay, so we're able to update. We're just not passing the state through things. Huh. All right, so we see another over there on the side. We go to rename, we see it over there on the side. Wait, what? right? We see that being empty. You go to add a chapter, that should be empty. You go to rename. That should be filled with that value, though. Is this something to do with how Mantine manages the modals under the hood? I think it might actually be. All right, so hold on. That's actually required now. Oh, so our default was getting us. Yeah, interesting. Ooh, not quite though. Yeah, I think Mantine is reusing the instance of that under the hood. And there we go. Okay, so yeah, we could have left it as empty. And I think we should. Yeah, alright. Yeah, that's a little annoying. Definitely something that could trip you up if you're not aware of how Mantine is reusing that component. But it's not a big deal. We most likely wouldn't have had any issues if we weren't doing the modal in here. I bet that would have been fully reactive. But yeah, I think something they're doing under the hood here. Yeah. Oh well. We fixed it. We got it. Yep. All right, cool. So we get enter submission. We get all the good stuff that we were looking for. So yeah, we got basic CRUD for books. We've got partial CRUD for chapters. We now need to go get into creating snippets, renaming chapters, and deleting chapters. And yeah, how's everyone doing? What y'all up to today? How's the new year treating everybody? Ooh, and nice. Yeah, Coney Garden rated glasses. Just lemonade. Enjoying last day of your weekend? Ah, okay. Nice. So that makes sense. Is day after New Year's typically a holiday for most people? I remember having, like, when I used to work at the ski resort, I remember having to work on the day after New Year's. It was awful. Oh, it was brutal. Oh, New Year's Day? Brutal. Because Terrain Park, you gotta wake up at, like, your shift starts at 7:30 a.m. So you gotta be there early enough for that. When you worked for U-Haul? Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, that's not that common. New Year's Day was pretty chill. New Year's Eve would be sometimes a bit of a party, but New Year's Day was actually quite chill usually. Sorry, Tag Life, we get that too much. Yeah, as an example, hold on. Let's do the increment. You're number 492. Where would you have drawn the line? Probably way before 492, right? I know, the real number's way higher. We don't remember to increment that every time. All right, so here we are on the chapter route now. I think I still want to use the tree component, but it's going to be a simpler tree component on this page. Right, so instead of something like that, we're still going to have like the no snippets found kind of stuff. But yeah, here, that would turn into the tree that we're kind of doing over on the home page. Yeah, the number would be crazy. All right, we're going to comment out everything in there for now. Yeah, Happy New Year, Cotter. How are you doing? So we don't end up having children in here, so that's easy enough. And yeah, me, just hanging out, working on this. Yeah, I still like React Arborist for abstracting out some of the drag drop logic for us. So we're gonna keep sticking with that. All right, so we don't need any of that because we're not going to have the drop downs for those. It ends up just being a link. And you know what? We could actually just do snippets. Ah, okay. All right, so the no snippets found section can go there. We'll have one for books too. I just realized that we're not doing one for books. All right, let's make this logic work. This is totally wrong, though. Actually, no, that one's right. Yeah. We just needed to get rid of that. And this ends up being snippets, crud. Gonna go offline. First goal 2024, fixing your cables. Okay, that sounds fun. Are you browsing that subreddit for inspiration? Oh, that's not what I meant to like. I liked the massively wrong thing. Yeah, oh, that's a shame. Man, Coppinger, I think, would have been an actual great fit for Gumroad. That's a shame. He just informed us all that he didn't make it, but again, a no now doesn't mean it's not a no forever. Or it doesn't mean it's a no forever. But yeah, see you in a bit, Cotter, for sure. Yeah, I'd love to see the before and after. That'd be great. Yeah, that's a shame. Coppinger is a killer designer. But, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna do an application to Gumroad too, just to see what happens. All right, so here's the big thing there, right? All we need to do for this is actually snippets. What's up, Adiar? How you doing? I guess we don't have a fetch snippets function yet. And we could just update in place too. All right, so that should never be an issue because we know that snippets is what we got. Lovin' is what I got. Are you hip to that? Well, I don't cry when my dog runs away. Sorry, I really like that song. I don't get angry at the bills I have to pay. Oop. Oh, thank you, Adiar. I appreciate that. So on this page, we've got get snippets right there. Hmm. It's a bit of a hack. If we were doing this in more than one place, or more than two places, I would definitely consider something different here. But I don't think it's a problem. And I think it makes a lot of our logic a little easier. Yeah, so by updating that, I think it's worth it. We don't have a form for those yet, but really our snippet page here, this is the thing that would fetch our snippet and like render out the form for the data for it. Right? And we're going to be moving a little fast and loose here once we actually start getting the form in there, because there's going to be like buttons and interactions that we need to create that we haven't actually like modeled. So, right, like what does it look like to do a recording for a snippet? Well, we probably need to... Yeah. So there's a lot of like data modeling we haven't considered here. I want to almost have drafts. And how we end up handling drafts, that's going to be trickier. Yeah, let's start just hacking out the form and what we're going to have on this page. We also need the date with it. We do need English only, please, Preco. So yeah, sorry. I would say TypeScript and jQuery are very different. TypeScript is a language extension, jQuery is a library. They're totally different things. You could think of TypeScript to JS as Sass is to CSS. Sure, right? Requires a build step and all that. jQuery doesn't really apply to any of those. Now I'm curious, are you actually being earnest or are you trolling? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, definitely just trolling. So you got one chance to be someone that's worth talking to. There, Joker. What up, Shoku? How you doing? You sleepy? Yeah, the day's chill. Yeah, the effects are power mode. Mm-hmm. All right, so the fetched snippet is snippets.crud.read, I think. I'm not sure we actually want a form right here. We might just want to update some values and state separately. Yeah, I'm not positive about the UX yet, so we're going to wait on doing the form. All right, what all do we put on a text input? There's going to be label, right? Snippet label. Snippet.content. Oh. So then text area from Mantine. All right, so we do chapters slash that slash snippets slash snippet ID. All right, there we go. That's not so bad. Now we can't edit anything because we're not modifying. And this is where some of our derived state is going to need to come from somewhere. Yeah, so we're not going to fix the data mutation yet. We'll do some styling stuff. And what I want to think about next is... we got flex there. We should make it direction column. But what I want to think about next is... how do we eventually handle recording? Right? We press a record button. It may take some time to generate. How do we maintain that state? And I had a thought. I don't necessarily... need to get the microphone hooked up to the Mac Mini, because I could, right? Like, we're not doing anything too crazy. We don't have any local dependencies to worry about, so we could just load this up in the browser over on the stream machine, and that has access to this microphone, and we could do some testing based on that. So I think that's a pretty good idea. Let's pour another lemonade, though. And before we do any of that, let's start, like, let's make the form look pretty for snippets. We're going to want some padding and some hacks around that for sure. A thing we'll also want to do is we need to think about backups, right? How we take what's in our SQL, dump it to a SQL dump, but also how we end up rendering the entire thing to one document as well. So from here, I would love to generate a PDF or a text file or whatever. And what would that look like? Because the whole goal of this is so that I don't need to manually manage all that stuff. Generating the entire book from all of these little like vignettes and snippets should be pretty easy. And this is all specifically made for books. In the future, I'd want to maybe create something that would be TV show focused. So to write a TV show, what would your abstraction be? That would be based on episodes instead of chapters. Seasons would be an abstraction between the show level and otherwise. We're getting ahead of ourselves because that's not the thing we're going to be building. Right? Our MVP is only about writing a book. Once I've fiddled with and used this enough to evaluate what I don't like about the user flow, that is the point at which we might want to start considering like the next thing. But I need to actually like use this, test the flow, see what we like about it. And at that point, I don't know if revisions matter either, right? We're trying to focus on the MVP for this. Once we've gotten a bare minimum with Pico voice going, I would love to reevaluate Whisper again. Because I really think Whisper is the future of this. But in the meantime, let's keep hacking at it. I'm just mainly trying to like think out and rationalize what all needs to be done. Oh, I haven't thought about dinner tonight. Maybe just some fried chicken or something? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. What is gilded.gg? How interesting. Anyone here ever messed with Gilded? Instead of Discord, I guess? Huh. Sorry, I'm just lurking a channel in which they have like a Gilded link. So let's keep hacking at what we're doing. Oh, that's not bad. I think I still want the PX24. Doesn't exactly work great for mobile. I've seen worse. What's up, Graham? How you doing? Yeah, what are you up to? There you go. That's easier. Now that frees up a VIP slot for someone else. Planning for 2024, sharing your rants with people. Nice. Isn't that just called talking? Yeah, exactly. Pretty sure that's just talking. With Excalibur drawings. Nice. And what up, YK? How you doing? I always like it when Bash Bunny does the hosted stream from your meetup. That's always cool. Really like that you're good with that too. Oh, you even took over the stream once? Nice. Yeah, it's cool stuff. Yeah, do you ever make it down here to Seattle? We got a pretty decent meetup scene here. Not much, but hopefully soon. Yeah, just let me know. How do I protect my routes in React? Do I use JWT and React Router DOM nested routes? So when you say that, yeah, the conference is good. Yep, yeah, that'll be happening in June. Yeah, Cascadia JS will be happening, I think in June. I need to do an application for that one too. But yeah, Carter's the man. He's not technically the organizer anymore, though he's still so involved that he might as well be. But technically there's someone else that's like the main organizer. Carter stepped down so that he could go do his DevRel thing some more. Yeah, Graham, you definitely should. So how do I protect my routes in React? Do I use JWT and React Router DOM nested routes? I actually just use, I mean, it depends on what type of protection. I like to show a 404 if the user has a valid token, but they don't have access to it. As far as logging the user out if they have an invalid token or forcing a relog in, that's just actually like an interceptor on any like data fetching you do. Oh, late application to render ATL? Yeah, that'd be cool. I think I forgot to submit to render, so that's a bummer. Because I wanted to try and do like a workshop. But, oh well. I submitted to React Miami, haven't heard anything back from that one. But yeah, Joshua, basically I like to use the responses from certain requests to dictate how I handle those things. If I get a 403 for the main asset on a page, I'll just show a 404. If I get a 401, I just log the user out. So instead, I like to make it request dependent. Then you don't have to worry about protecting individual routes. You're just protecting the token, you know, like authenticated routes versus not. Right? Think about this. You navigate to some route, Do you want to handle that as like a nested layout kind of thing, like nested router outlets? Ugh. Or would you rather just add an interceptor to all of your data fetching, and if you get a 401, you just log the user out, and you're done? I find the interceptor logic a lot easier to reason about. It does require that your backend is correct in the response codes, and that's where that gets tricky. Like, if you don't control the backend, they may be sending you a 200 that's actually a 400 or a 401 or whatever, right? Bad API gateway configuration can totally do that to you. So yeah, personally, I think the interceptor approach solves at least the invalid token part. Once you get into whether the user has permission to see the thing, right? They have a valid token, but they don't have a valid token for that resource. A 403 handler is kind of like route specific. Yeah, a little bit there, Graham. Yeah, exactly. I'm not a fan of that. Now, granted, with GraphQL, you could have full access to most things, then you requested one resource that you didn't have access to. Do you want to fail out the entire request with a 403, or would you rather handle that piecemeal? So I can understand why GraphQL does it, because it's such an aggregator. The 401 should be global, though, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't use enough GraphQL. I should, but I don't. I feel like most things benefit from building out the REST API first, consuming that where you can, and then using GraphQL for your more complicated routes first. That's my approach. The caching of a GET request from REST is not something I like to throw away willy-nilly. Does it mean I'm always doing caching properly? No. What it means to add it is very simple versus relying upon client-side caching logic like Apollo does. I prefer to use server-driven caching when possible. And that's just based upon headers. Yeah, there you go, Graham. Absolutely. Yeah, I could see that. Technically, if your GraphQL server falls over, you would get a 500. Right? Like the middleware on your back end, if your entire server serving that falls over, you should get a 500. But I get what you mean. There are certain cases where you'd still prefer a more reasonable status code. I get that. Yeah. A top level 401 unauthorized. Sure. There's still sometimes cases where you're fetching public data and private data in the same query. That gets tricky. So yeah, GraphQL just adds a lot of complexity that the developer is required to actually handle. And that gets a little tougher. So for the most part, I like the simpler abstraction of a REST API, right? Or REST-ish API. Right? Not necessarily RESTful, but REST-ish. RESTly. Here's one thing we're getting at with this app, though. We're going to want to be able to rename these snippets, right? We're not doing anything with our events right here. But to get a proper version of these snippets, we kind of want to have one place that we can say, hey, refetch the snippets. And then every place consuming it just works. Because we're doing the nested router outlet stuff, it's not as easy as we'd like. So this is back to where we have to really think about, does the chapter route having a nested snippet within it mean we should be doing nested router outlets? Or would we be better off having an entire route for chapters/snippets that is separate from just chapters? Because chapters/snippets/ID would then be responsible for doing all of its own data fetching, which means that updating this chapter list of the snippets within the chapter becomes incredibly easy, and we don't need some weird global state management because the top level of our route is managing that. And I think this is maybe a bit where I've had a discussion with Theo on Jacob M.G. Evans' Twitter Spaces before, where he was not understanding why you would ever do that pattern, right? Because I think he is gung-ho on nested router outlets and nested layouts. When instead, if you have every route just manage its own state, it becomes really simple. Like, really simple. You can still abstract out certain components that you want to have manage their state, such as the header, right? If we were to have a whole bunch of stuff in the header related to a bunch of the state that we have, right? A bunch of like the, you know, just whatever's in our database, I would still like to have that update kind of on the fly. And that's where in Angular, I'd just make use of subjects and some RxJS magic. In React, we don't have that as much. We could wire it up probably, but I'd probably reach for like Yotai for that global state anyway. So there ends up being a little bit more to it. Where, you know, a top level route for every unique route doesn't solve every problem, and it then creates some like duplication problems too. Meaning I would have this sidebar on every route, or bare minimum, this sidebar on every route that needs it, right? That component. And how we fetch and update that would be controlled by the route itself. I'm pretty sure Theo does not like that pattern. But when we're doing something like this, where we want to update a single snippet's title and have it reflect over here, you're either relying upon global state or some kind of hook that tells this outer bit, because this is from the parent layout, tells this outer bit to refetch or whatever, or to update. And even like coordinating the, hey, you should re-update, or you should update what you got, that type of like wiring and eventing it can get really out of hand really quick, especially for large applications. So I'm of the mind that a little bit of duplication is better than needless global state. I prefer route level state every chance I can get it. You're gonna have global state for things like the user, right? When you have like a little button in the corner here that has the user's profile, their, you know, maybe their name and some things like that. Yeah, for those, right? For notifications, those are global state no matter how you slice it. You have to do that. But you're typically not updating those based upon other state. You're not typically updating those based on nested state. And when you do, you have the escape hatch for the global state, but it's not polluting every route. And I think, I don't know. Yeah, sort of like a value notifier or a like, hey, time to update notifier, like that kind of thing. It's not hard to do, but the bigger your application gets and the more often you do that, the more you're dealing with things updating things outside of their scope. And I like the boundary of scope to be the route. Because once the boundary of state is the route, it makes it a lot easier to reason about URL changes within that state. Right? Think, maybe in this case it's not a big deal, but if the route is the manager and source of truth, when you update the route, that entire route updates automatically, right? You can update the route from anywhere as well, and the route that you're on will simply work. I really, really like the URL and the route as a source of truth. But you lose that when you start doing nested layouts or nested router outlets. You can still make it a source of truth, but it's not the source of truth. Because technically, right, this is our URL here. If we were to modify things and then add some query params, could we allow it to trigger a refetch of this right here? Well, right now, because of the way we're nesting things, we can't. Without extra effort and other things to wire up. So I think that's really, right? I think I'm understanding where Theo was coming from. He is not a subscriber to the route as the source of truth paradigm, right? Smart component, dumb component style. I think he is fully on board with nested router outlets and nested layouts. And it's not to say one is better or worse than the other, right? It just depends on what you're trying to do. I think that's the gist. I think that's where part of our discussion and lack of understanding exactly what each other were saying kind of stems from. I was talking about a route as the source of truth for all nested state. Right? And when I say route, I mean like the route component. And he is more likely looking at components that manage their own state and even like do their own fetching based on the URL, as well as like nested layouts that do that themselves too. And I think you can be really like productive and iterate very quickly with the nested stuff. But you start painting yourself into corners where you have to do like way more global state management rather than just route level state management. You're not going to avoid global state management, but I don't think everything is global state. And I'm just trying to like explain it to myself a bit right now. I'm just trying to like rationalize through that thought process. But okay, so let's actually get back to how we want to solve this problem. What we might be getting at is a compromise between the two, where it's still actually going to be like route level state, But this right here, right, the chapters, or the chapter and its snippets and the individual snippet form are actually part of the same component. And then we can just instantiate that component within the different routes. And then, yeah, there's some duplication about how they fetch their state for that route. I almost kind of like that idea. So it's either we establish global state for the current snippets list, or we do route level state for the chapters and then the individual snippet. And then they're two separate routes. They do their own data fetching, but they use a common component for the rendering of this column and this form. And technically, that form could not be there, and it would show a little thing saying like, hey, would you like to create a snippet? Like that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know. Thinking out loud, thinking about it. And what up, Koros? How you doing? All right, so I do need to use the restroom. I got plenty of water. Yeah, I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And yeah. Oh yeah, we finished the Kotlin SDK. We made some compromises for a bunch of stuff, but yeah, we finished it. We wouldn't have moved on unless we got that finished. But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alrighty. It's getting a little chilly, finally. And yeah, what's everyone up to? How's your days going? I am building a book writing tool. Yeah. And Happy New Year, Phil. Or J. Phil, sorry. My bad. Yeah, what you up to? Settling into the new place? Oh, where'd you move? If you don't mind doxing. No worries if not. Like, yeah, you don't gotta say nothing. You up here in Seattle? Probably not. Ah, still in Florida. Okay. Hold up, here's a question. Did you ever go to, like, the, React Miami? I think it was React Miami. Maybe Miami JS or something? Like, it was a pre-COVID meetup, probably. Cyberstrike, or whatever. If you ever went to it, you'd know him by that name, maybe. He actually lives up in Seattle now, actually. And, yeah. Oh, so hold on. I don't mean React Miami then. I mean, it was like maybe front-end Miami. It was more a meetup rather than a conference. It was something Miami. It was like Miami JS or front-end Miami, or I don't know. It was one of those, like, meetups. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's another dude named Chris. Scott? It was front-end Miami? Yeah. Yeah, he lives up in Washington now. I get to see him at Seattle JS, like, every month or so. It's pretty awesome. That's how you know of Cyberstrike. Yeah, exactly. All right. Yep. Yeah, super cool dude. He's one of the few people that I can count on to go out drinking with me after the meetup. There's like a very select handful of like the 3 or 4 of us that are always on board for an extra beverage. And it's pretty cool. You moved during COVID, but you have heard the name Cyberstrike? Cool. Yeah, I was just curious. I don't know why. I feel like you guys would get along. Okay. Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, so more like the Discord or Slack community or something? C. Villard. I feel like I know that name too. Oh, itchy nose. So Michigan won what? Is that college football? I don't tend to watch college football. Nothing against it, just, I don't know. Ah, thanks, Blake. Yeah, I mean, that's the goal. We'll see if, you know, the jobs I get eventually allow. But, you know, we'll see, we'll see. And yeah, how's everyone doing? How's your new year? Started a new project sprint today for your 2024 master plan of success. Okay. Those are words. I just don't know what they mean together. But yeah, so like, what do you mean by that? So a sprint is a part of the Agile methodology. It's typically between 2 and 4 weeks. I think I've heard of people doing 1 week sprints as well, but that sounds like a nightmare. But for the most part, sprints are a way of breaking up your goals for a small amount of time and what you can accomplish, because without a sprint level like structure, it's easy to fall into like having really long-lived tasks that never seem to complete. Whereas if you can break it down to something that could be done within a sprint, that's actually like better, just simply because you're like scoping the work smaller. So anything that would be multiple sprints would be technically like an epic, and then you should break down the epic into something else, right? Right? You should break down the epic into more manageable tasks or whatever. In your own made-up way, it's about 2 to 4 weeks. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's fine, Blake. I would say the big thing is if you find something that is larger than a single sprint, you need to break up that work better, right? It's okay to have epics that last multiple sprints, but you should have tasks within that epic that are within 1 sprint doable. If they overlap into a second sprint, that's not a big deal. But the key is your goal is to accomplish and finish a thing within a sprint. Yeah, that makes sense, Blake. So yeah, hold on. Longest Graham can sprint for is 15 seconds. Yeah, you might want to work on that. I need to work on that too, so don't worry about that, but just saying. 15 seconds is really not that long. Yeah, most other things end up being 1 long sprint. Yeah, and that just doesn't work. It's really hard planning-wise. And yeah, so Jay Phils, hold up. So you're prepping to go back to work and hitting the books for your nutrition coaching certification. Oh, that sounds cool, man. And you got some fresh air, not a bad way to spend the first day. Yeah, that's solid, man. When you say prepping to go back to work, I'm assuming like you had today off and tomorrow you're actually like on the clock again. Oh, you've been injured? Oh, I'm sorry there, Graham. Yeah, that's a bummer. Oh, yeah, that can be rough. 20 plus months of an injury, too. Yeah, that's rough. Is it like back injury? Or like knee ankle kind of thing? I think either one would really like mess with squats and sprinting and all that. You've had the past 2.5 weeks off? Oh, Jay Phils. At that point, just get a new job. Screw it. Whatever. You know, you're going to be onboarding into it like it's a brand new job anyway. I'm just having fun. But yeah, I get it. Like, that takes some major prep. 2.5 weeks of no work? Yeah, it's like you never worked there. Oof. Yeah, that's going to be rough. Onboarding 2 new managers over the next 2 weeks. Gnarly. Yeah, exactly, Graham. Could you imagine if I went 2 weeks without, like, streaming? I think some people would be doing wellness checks on me, for sure. We think Chris might be dead. Not kidding. If you see me without any, like, notice, not stream for 2 weeks, I think a wellness check is well within order. Oh, really, Jay? My login is the first thing I'd forget. I have to reset every password after 2.5 weeks of not working. That's why I'm saying it's better off to just get a new job. Right? You'll have to deal with the whole new password situation anyway. Dealing with the, you know, IT and all that to get you your access and all that stuff. Oof, yeah. Better off just getting a new job. There you go, Graham. That's not a bad idea. I have a feeling, I'm not even kidding with that, people would actually worry about me if I didn't announce that I'm going to be, like, not streaming for a week. Like, you know, going to React Summit or, you know, TwitchCon or whatever. Pretty sure there are people that would be sending out search parties. Oh, Huggo, I would forget to send it. Or to not send. I would forget to update that thing, right? I'd have to automate it based upon, like, my go live notifications. That's the only way that would ever work. Wait, what's one of the fake influencer apology videos? Would that be like the Primogen giving an apology video for trolling on Twitter? Because we all know he's not sorry for any of that. Like, yeah, like Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis, right? When they defended the rapist. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, one of those videos. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, no, I get you. I just mean like, yeah, remove the word minor and now we're on the same page. Yeah, for sure. Technically, Danny Masterson would love to remove the word minor. Boom, roasted. Sorry, I had to do it. I'm sorry. It was too good. It was too good. That one was solid. I'm really proud of that joke, actually. Ooh, someone clip that. Ooh, someone clip that whole bit. Technically, I don't think he did anything with minors. I think he was just abusive, which is tomato, right? But not technically the same thing. As far as that dude needing prison time, tomato. Potato. Okay, so, yeah. With what we're doing right here, yeah, no worries, Graham. Yeah, have a good night, man. For sure. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for hanging out. Enjoy the sword, Mr. Sir. I will cheers you with my lemonade. Oh, it's just the word perfect. It intentionally misspells the word perfect. It's pretty good, actually. Ooh, and hold on. Someone won our fantasy football league. But yeah, have a good night, for sure. Nah, there's no story. So it was just based on me, like, mistyping perfect at one point, and one of my mods thinking that was the funniest thing ever. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how to send a message to the person that won our league. They killed it. They nailed it. So it wasn't Brooks Zerker. I think Once Upon a Time was stacking. Who Framed Roger's Rabbit asked... Someone asked about Tyler Lockett. And they're not on their team. So that's probably not a big deal. Yeah. Yeah, I owe $100 to whoever won our fantasy football league. So, got to figure out who that was. Salty Catfish, thank you for that follow. I at least take half the blame on our friction. Oh, really, Gavin? Dude, they could have made a killing. Technically, DraftKings and all those others, it's a different thing where it's like monetizing individual days and weeks rather than like an entire like season. No worries, Salty. And yeah, thank you for the unban request. Yeah. I take it easily half the blame on that interaction. So, my fault. Yeah, we're totally square. I'm happy to raid you. Like, yeah, man, you seemed really stoked on that. And yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, for sure. I think technically what made your night was Rumple Foreskin's name. That was really good to see your reaction to that part. That was awesome. And yeah, I hadn't even remembered that we had had any issue before, so that's my fault. Sorry about that. Like, I didn't even realize that. Right? When I rated you, I didn't even think about it. Didn't even cross my mind. Yeah, it's even more hilarious. Exactly. Yeah, I sometimes have the lemonades in me. And I react more harshly than I should sometimes. I also deal with a fair amount of people who are not here on genuine circumstances. It's actually Rumple Foreskin. But yeah, once you say it, it's what it is. Yeah, no worries, Salty. For sure. Glad to have you back. Cheers. Yeah, it's one of those ones that you'll read, but you don't quite get it till you try to say it out loud. Luckily, I sound out everyone's name before I actually say it in my head, because there's a few people that would have gotten me. Absolutely not, Owen. Yeah, no GIFs work. In the Flick game, GIFs do not work because it's just based on the first frame of the GIF. Right? Like, do your own, right? I'll do CM Griff, Mr. Sir. Go for it, right? Ooh, not bad placement for that one. But yeah, just try it. Like, it's super easy. Try and flick it. But yeah, one more thing there, Salty Catfish, before I forget the thread. You know Al Swigert streams, right? He doesn't stream as often as other streamers maybe, but yeah, like, if you're not aware of that, you should definitely follow him. Very cool dude, very chill. And yeah, just making sure you knew that. Yeah, Blake, did you not know either? Yeah, Al Swigert streams, right? The author of Automate the Boring Stuff. Yeah, he's great. Gonna pour me another lemonade. And yeah, so we haven't gotten enough done right now because I'm a little bit on the fence. I've never gone through it. I don't read books like that. They're not for me. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not saying no one should. It's just, it's not the way I learn. I'm a full-on, hands-on kind of person where I just want to go read, like, documentation as I'm building something. I wasn't always that way. But for the most part, yeah, like, I've never read anybody's books. No, I don't think that's a worthwhile dichotomy at all. You can be both. Nothing prevents you from being both. I think simply, like, I've never read a JavaScript book. Right? You don't know JS. Would probably be worth it, but I don't care. To me, the entire process of learning anything is building something that uses it. Right? Hence why we had to go through the entire, like, sorting stuff. Right? Yeah. I'm like, I don't know. I learn more from hands-on practice. I think kinesthetic is probably the right term. I don't know. As a big example, right? My mom used to work at Microsoft. She used to get like massive discounts on random books from the bookstore there. She got me an XML book at one point. I started trying to read it. And I just didn't care, right? There's no like, hey, let's apply this to a thing you're trying to do, right? So a lot of like what I do and how I learn is about the application of knowledge rather than knowledge itself. And a lot of books miss the application of knowledge step. In my opinion, right? I still think, yeah, like, you don't know JS. That dude's awesome, right? Getify? I've heard he's kind of like a bit of a jerk. You know, I've chatted with him. He's strongly opinionated, but I wouldn't call him a jerk. I still recommend his book to people that like books, you know? But yeah, I'm more about like, the application of knowledge rather than knowledge itself. Which is almost counter to how I interact and deal with movies. What application of knowledge will I ever use from knowing that John Carpenter was the director of photography for Escape from New York? Nothing. There's zero application of that knowledge. There's just some things I can't help but memorize. My brain won't let me forget it. A quiz at the end of every chapter? Maybe? Maybe? Yeah, see, so light speed, I don't know, right? Technically, everybody's on the spectrum, because it's a spectrum, right? In the same way that there's a light spectrum, just because you can't see that bit of light doesn't mean it isn't there, and doesn't mean it's not part of the spectrum. So I want to point that out right now, light speed. No. We're all on the spectrum because it's a spectrum. That goes for ADD, that goes for OCD, that goes for basically most of those disorders. Asperger's versus autism, right? We're all on that spectrum. We're just at certain points within it. There's nobody outside of that spectrum, otherwise it wouldn't be a spectrum, right? The absence of light is still within the light spectrum. I get what you're saying, Lightspeed, but higher on the spectrum doesn't matter because it's a spectrum and it's multiple measurements, right? Think of it as 3D space. There is no higher because it's a three-dimensional point within this spectrum. So I would say start looking at different visualizations of the light spectrum and color spectrums, and it'll actually help you recognize what I'm trying to get at. There is no higher or lower, there's just simply existing within. I understand what you're trying to say, Lightspeed, but I actually push back on trying to think that there's any one metric that means you're higher or lower or whatever within what you're talking about. You can definitely turn any 3D space into 2D space, and that's actually the magic of we are a hologram, right? Because we live in 3D space, we can still rationalize 3D space as a 2D representation, right? But by rationalizing those values as a 2D space, you're actually missing a lot of the value of what the 3D space provides. So yes, you could pass anything through a transformer, basically. But by doing that, you're actually you're a bit lossy with your data. In the same way that the 2D representation of our 3D world is a bit lossy with the data it tries to represent. That's my opinion. This isn't string theory. There's no right or wrong answer. Technically, with string theory, there is no right or wrong answer. So maybe it is string theory. Now, the only reason I bring up the light spectrum is because the light spectrum itself is still the entire spectrum. There's nothing outside of the light spectrum. So that's the only reason I bring up the light spectrum there. I think you're actually equating my bringing up how nothing is outside the light spectrum as a relation to the 3D space that I'm trying to actually recognize with other things. Yes, exactly, Gavin. Yep. Which is why I don't like people throwing around the things they label themselves as here. Which is why I'm pushing back on Lightspeed's spectrum comment. Right? There's a very clear, linear reason for why I'm, making this a point of contention. Right? That's all I'm getting at. Nothing is outside the spectrum, but the spectrum itself can actually be 2D, 3D, etc. Now, I don't think light and the colors we perceive are actually just 2D or 1D, like you're talking about there, Lightspeed. I don't think so. The way we perceive color and light is actually entirely dependent on 3D space, such as RGB. I think it's actually more than that when you take into account lightness and things like that. So I don't think the light spectrum is actually 1D. You can break it down to a frequency, sure, but our perception of that frequency is 3D. So it's not just about the raw creation of it, right? The frequency you're talking about is broken down to a single dimension, but the way we perceive color is not a single dimension. So it's about the representation of data and perception more so than the raw frequency of it. In the same way, the way a person perceives the light spectrum will be massively different from person to person based upon colorblindness, etc. It doesn't matter that the light spectrum itself is 1D and just a frequency value, because our perception of it actually makes it more than one dimension. So I think that's the biggest thing, light speed. You can break something down into its baseline, but reality is very often not as simple as that. Your perception of some value within that 1D space is going to be different from someone else's perception of that. At that point, is it truly one-dimensional, or is there another dimension to it? And it's perception-based, but all of life is perception-based. So Gavin, that misses the fact that our brains evolved over way more permutations than just hunting gazelles. The brain we have, and even the eyeballs we have, stem from generations of mammals that come way before primates ever existed. Right? Our eyeball and the way our peripheral vision works actually comes from like mice and like rodents. Right? The actual like sensitivity of how our peripheral vision works comes from mice and having to detect snakes. Yep. So at that point, trying to like narrow it down to hunting gazelles in Africa, no. Right? We still got part of the reptile brain, actually. Yeah, exactly, Blake. Yep. Right? Trying to narrow it down to one single thing is just plain incorrect. And before someone chimes in, I don't got no mouse eye. I evolved, or I started 4,000 years ago. Deal with it. I can't argue with that person, but I also can't talk to that person because we'll never see eye to eye in any way. Pun intended. Pun massively intended. With the whole eye to eye thing. And yeah, this entire time, I've actually just been debating, right? I'm a master debater, by the way. I've been debating internally whether I want to do a route level abstraction or a global abstraction. No, I get that, Gavin. I just wanted to point out, like, you know, technically... Technically. There you go, Blake. Yeah, that works. Lightspeed, I meant that phrasing. Yeah, like that was not an accident. Master Debater was a play on words that I fully intended. Active projects? I mean, active is a strong word. Active's a tough one. Things that I allow to occupy mental space, if we want to define active as that. I tend to work on one large project at a time, and then I'll allow myself to do a couple smaller projects every once in a while. This is one of those smaller projects while I have my truly active project that is Vexilla. I would say me election hasn't ended. I'd love to jump back into me election, but I did somewhat burn out because Google denied my organization on their Play Store. And it burnt me out on the idea of being beholden to an App Store or a Play Store. Like, how dare they? So instead, I'd rather release it as a PWA at some point. So that, yes, there will be some refactoring, some other things to do, but I believe no matter what, Me Election needs to be a progressive web app that is responsive and works in any context, and, you know, it'll just be a progressive web app. No, I get it, Lightspeed, but have you tried to do it as an individual, or have you tried to release an app as an organization? Technically, there was a phone call I missed where that was Google calling my phone trying to verify that I was legit, and I didn't recognize the number, so I didn't take the call. Yeah, so Gavin, again, are you releasing under a single developer license, or are you releasing as an organization? Did you answer their phone call? No, so Blake, what I'm talking about is an app as an organization on the Play Store. I can just write a PWA and anybody can use it. And I don't think I'm using enough locally to care. A couple years ago, yeah, this was just last year that I did the Me Election thing, and they denied Whirligig Labs organization access because I missed a phone call. At that point, nah, screw them. I can just do other stuff. I can just make a PWA and call it good. But I technically need to prioritize based upon things I find useful for people and things that I think I could monetize. Vexilla was prioritized because I was making it useful for the company I worked at. I don't work for that company anymore, but I'd like to. Or not like to, but I'd like to, like, you know, establish the thing that I'm doing after the effort I put in. That is accurate, Blake. Yes. When you want to establish an organization, someone has to be there to verify the organization, and I missed that phone call. Could I reapply? Sure. But it also means that I'm going to have to deal with the BS and rigmarole of the App Store and the Play Store when instead I could just write a PWA and call it good. I'd rather just write a PWA and call it good. I think PWAs, especially with the EU pushing back on the walled garden of the App Store, PWAs are actually going to be massively useful here in the future. So I'd like to just jump on that ahead of time at some point. But again, will MealEction ever make any money? Probably not. The effort to get it to generate revenue is going to be tough. Why did I want it to be an org? Because I don't want to release an app under my name. Would you download an app released under a person's name? Or would you rather download an app released under a company's name? There's a massive, massive hurdle when it comes to someone installing an app willy-nilly. A person's name on an app is a thing that I will simply say, nah, I'm good. No thanks. Nah, I'm good. You need an org for adoptability. Less greedy usually too. I mean, so that's your experience with it, Lightspeed. I don't trust a solo dev. I don't. I've met people. People suck. Organizations want to continue to exist, and if they mess up, they can be dissolved. That's easy. That's one of the easiest things ever, right? A company that is continuously blowing it? Yeah, no thanks. I am not trusting a solo dev to any of that. No. I would say Lightspeed, I don't have any metrics, but it would be worth verifying. How many people are willing to install an app made by a solo dev? I think it's less than you're expecting. I don't have numbers though, so I'm just guessing. That's fine, Lightspeed. I'm okay with that. The man behind the curtain. The organization can still be dissolved if their liabilities and their other things outweigh the amount that they're able to generate, right? A company can be dissolved. Just some dude? Yeah, you can go after him. With a PWA, I lose the marketplace? Maybe, Bob. But with a PWA, I only currently lose the marketplace. How about this? When was the last time you went looking for an app on the marketplace where you didn't already know the exact app you wanted? Is that a thing you do? It is extremely rare for me. It is only for low effort applications that I would ever go searching for a guitar tuner on the App Store. I'd just find some guitar tuner, download it, see if they prompt me for money before I've even used it, and then either uninstall it or continue using it. AppSumo that might work for PWAs? I don't know. I feel like I've heard the name AppSumo, but I'm good. I'm not trying to wrap something up into the marketplace. I'm trying to actually opt out of the marketplace, because I don't think discoverability within the marketplace has any value. So Lightspeed, that is a very specific niche. There's not a single consumer of MealEction that will be searching for food planning on the App Store. No, they would be someone that's made aware of MealEction through some other means, and then they're going and searching specifically for MealEction. Yeah, no matter what, Gavin, For an app like Me Election, the only discoverability is by name and solving the problem via ads, etc. The App Store is never going to be some place that someone discovers your app from. They discover your app elsewhere, and then they just find it via the App Store. Could we just funnel them into our website so that they can get the PWA instead? Because the discovery is happening outside the App Store. Right? How many apps, right, of all the apps on your phone did you discover through the App Store, or did you discover them elsewise? I would say the majority of apps on your phone are things you discovered outside of the App Store's discoverability. Yeah, for most people, the App Store is not a discovery mechanism. It's just a place that holds the things to download your stuff from. What if you don't even need a download? Most web apps don't need a download. You already loaded it when you went to it. So, Blake, when we talk about a PWA, it's literally a website that you add to your home screen. And that's it. Boom. It's a website on your home screen. For all intents and purposes. Really, Bob? I never use that. Ever. I've never added an app to my phone based upon browsing the App Store. The only edge case to that is a guitar tuner, because the guitar tuner I have went massively like pay to win, where it doesn't even work without paying for it. That's it. That's the only time I've ever gone looking for a thing on the App Store. Otherwise, I know the app I want and I just have to get it. Not even pay to win, pay to use. It's a free download, but to do anything useful, cough up. When all they're doing is analyzing the microphone. It's one of the simplest apps you could actually make. Just analyze the audio going through the microphone. Yeah, that would be worth knowing. Gavin, I don't know where you would actually get data for that, though. Whoa, is Coppinger drinking lemonade too? Lemonade friends. All right, so the thing I'm procrastinating on right now. Rather than establish global state for any of this, which I don't think we need, I'm going to go create a subcomponent for the snippet and the chapter routes. And we're going to pass data to it. We're just going to pass data to it. But I got to go pee. Like, yeah, I'm about to do like the wiggle. So yeah, I got to go use the restroom. See you in a second. Yeah, I'm not sure what the poll would be. Like, I don't know. I'm less interested. I have the way I feel about it, and I'm good. At this point, Blake, no. I actually have a certificate in Objective-C iOS development. It's over 10 years old, but nah, like, I don't consider their walled garden worth targeting anymore. It's just not worth it to me. It's the entire reason I don't consider me election viable until I rework it into a PWA. And again, like, even as a PWA, I just don't think it has the potential for value that some of my other projects do. Getting Vexilla out there and launched, #1 priority. #2, Walter. Walter is actually probably my best idea, and I'm slacking on it. Because I just want to get Vexilla to a point that I'm proud of. Walter is actually, like, probably the best idea I've had for a long time, as far as, like, monetization goes. Walter's huge. Walter is something that I would absolutely do a Y Combinator for. Or, like, an application at least, right? Walter's huge. There is no single company out there doing the DigitalOcean wallet as a service. It doesn't exist. There's a massive vacuum for that exact product. Vexilla would be monetized mainly by doing a services company, right? So, hey, are you trying to establish feature flagging within your company? Yeah, consult the experts and put us on a services contract. We can help you set it up. No big deal. Did I say DigitalOcean? Yes, I did. Have you ever used DigitalOcean? The way that works, the way you add money to your wallet and you deduct from the wallet based upon usage, Walter is a product based around that same exact idea, but for anyone. So when you consider AI companies, right? Small AI apps, most of them have had to work out their own wallet-based billing system where you buy credits and deduct those credits. How much of building that out collectively have AI companies wasted on building out their own credit system? We could solve that for them real quick and easy. And that's only part of it. Imagine if someone wants to spin up their own, like, usage-based hosting platform. Like, literally a DigitalOcean competitor. They could use our usage-based billing part of Walter, no problem. And they can actually build out the thing they care about rather than yet another billing system. That's why companies like Clerk, like Auth0, like any of these companies exist, because building out another user management system is not what your product is. Your product is simply doing the thing your goal is that simply needs a user management system. So yeah, Walter is most likely the best idea I've had for a while. That makes sense, Vibrant. Yeah. Credit card companies are the exact example of a company that cannot move quick enough to compete with a properly created startup, right? In the same way, if you wanted to create a health insurance or life insurance startup, life insurance is the one I mean, there are third-party providers you could glue together for underwriting people. You would still need money to back things because that's just how life insurance works, but you could actually undercut a major portion of the life insurance market as a software dev consuming third-party services. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Hold on. Reltio is one of them. Socotra is another, right? There's a bunch of services out there, right? Socotra. Hold up. Boom. Right? For life annuity and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, right? You just glue together a bunch of third-party services and you actually have yourself your own life insurance company. I'm not even kidding. I've worked at a life insurance company that built out a life insurance product, not even using internal underwriting services, all completely third-party based. It does light speed. It would only take a little bit, just a little bit, of investment to cover those costs, though. Like, seriously, Lightspeed, the amount of money it would cost to actually, like, back a new life insurance company that is consuming all these third parties would really not be that big a deal. It would really not be that big a deal. I built this entire website. I built the entire dashboard this website links to. We did that within less than a year. They haven't changed shit. This is all the same stuff. That's hilarious to me. This is all the same exact stuff. They've added some, right? Like the session ID. There's some new stuff to it. Yeah, I built that too. Yeah, I'm the one that made that actually styled the way it is. That was Symmetra. I worked for them from 2021 until 2022. Oh, maybe, Dr. Free. It'd be something I'd love to fix. But I don't work there anymore. That's not my problem. It's not my problem. I get it. Yeah, totally, man. Totally an issue. I'd love to fix it, but it's not my problem. They're not paying me for any of that shit. They're the company that wanted a butt-in seat from 9 to 5. Nah, like, dude, there's a lot. Like, just that website wasn't even our main focus. The dashboard behind things was my main focus. That website was as little effort as we could give it. But I still made it work consuming our third-party CMS and all that stuff. Like, dude, I did some good-ass work on that site, man. On the entire thing. And they didn't give a shit because it wasn't a butt-in seat from 9 to 5. Insurance company got an insurance company. But I just want to point out, like, dude, butt-in seat company. Yeah, exactly, X Factor. The one that had a really bad boss that actually drummed out a couple other people. And then once that boss left, at least one of them came back. So yeah, the boss that drummed me out because I wasn't a butt-in seat, also drummed out a couple other people. And they don't work there anymore, that boss. They don't. Because they were a terrible boss. We're building the plane while we're flying in it. That was a phrase we heard a lot. That's not a good excuse. That's actually a really, like, huge red flag. That was the company that had 60 plus repos with all of their own individual CI/CD processes. And when we wanted to change or update the common dependency between them, yeah, we got to create 60 PRs. I'd be willing to bet money they're still not on a monorepo. Two years later, I'm willing to bet money they're still not on a monorepo for the back end. We can keep the front end separate if you really want. That's fine. But all of your back end Lambda functions consuming a common library should probably be within one monorepo. A little bit there. Yes, Blake. It's a life insurance company. Yeah, monorepo means if you want to change and push all these things, you do it within one PR. Does it mean slightly larger PRs? Yeah, but in the case that they were talking about, it would be updating the version of one thing, and that was it. Right? So the PR would be 60 plus packaged JSON files in which you're like incrementing a version of your dependencies. That's it. But instead, they needed multiple Saturdays in which the entire backend team coordinated and got those PRs pushed through. Red flag. In-person office, that's why they do that, right? So that they can do the butt-in-seat thing. Here's the best part, though, Gavin. They still expect you to work from home, don't they? How many in-person office policies still expect homework? A lot of them. A lot of them. It's the worst, man. Yeah. Yeah, the butt-in-seat policy does more harm than good in most software dev. When you work for a life insurance company, yeah, they want everyone working for the life insurance company as a butt-in-seat from 9 to 5 because they don't expect people to actually do their job. I mean, so X Factor, you can do so, and legally, you're in the clear. But you'll also end up getting some type of performance review that doesn't say, how dare you not work after 5 p.m., but it'll basically say it based upon their, like, comments. It doesn't seem like you're giving the extra effort. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm just, like, being more explicit about it. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Hold on. All right, sorry, I just wanted to like shout out and make a comment for the Coppinger. I don't want him to feel sad. Like, he killed it on that POC. Thanks for linking you to tail blocks. You didn't know that Tailwind was usable without a build step? Ooh, no. You definitely want to use Tailwind with a build step. No. So hold on, Bob. You need a build step for sure, because you need to actually like tree shake the CSS you're shipping. Because Tailwind's CSS file is like 5 megabytes. You don't want to ship that to users. You need to use purge CSS with a build step to do that stuff. But really, like, that's not a big deal. It should be super easy. You need a build step. You need that purge CSS step, for sure. But it's so simple to do, right? Like, it's one of the easiest things you could do. Wait, what are you talking about, Lightspeed? They're not selling stuff, right? Tail blocks is easy. It's just HTML, man. No, Lightspeed. No, it's just an example you can consume. Yeah, for sure. Oh, I see ya. There's other places to raid. I mean, it's fine. I see ya. You're the man, Coppinger. You know that, right? I can't hear you at the moment, but I see ya. I'm lurking there right now. Because, obviously, why wouldn't I? But yeah, you're the man. Feel free to raid anybody, though. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Bob. You absolutely need a build step. For sure. I would say, no. Do not go without a build step. If you're doing Tailwind, use Purge CSS. That's the entire point. Totally worth it. Nah, you can't go full DHH on that project. Not if you want to use Tailwind, not if you want to get the value from tail blocks. You could go and recreate all of what tail blocks is doing if you want to take what they got and turn it into raw CSS. Like, you could do that. I wouldn't recommend it. Like, nah, man, just use a build step. Why is a build step such a big deal? I would say it shouldn't be. Just make a build step, man. It's not a big deal, right? That same build step can be done at the render.com level, at Netlify, at Vercel, at all of these things, right? That build step doesn't even have to happen on your computer, dude. So yeah, just do it. So I'm just trolling a bit. Ooh, Super Mario RPG would be super fun. I haven't played that recently. Ooh, someone's totally right. That would be super good. What do I have to do to play Super Mario RPG? I have a Switch. I haven't plugged it in for 2 years. Yeah, I know, Geek. Yeah, I totally know. Like, I'd happily play it. Like, Mario RPG is one of my favorite RPGs of all time, actually. It's really well done. Like, it's amazing. Ditto, 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 ditto. Yeah. All right, so yeah. I've been chatting and lurking over in the Coppinger stream. He's awesome. He's the man. He's rating someone, Little Doctor Games. I'm not familiar with that stream. But yeah, again. So yeah, DM Mulroy actually just made it obvious why we haven't seen Formidable sponsor any local meetups lately, because they're owned by another company now, and yeah, that company probably doesn't give a shit. Sorry for the language. Trying to be more, you know. More you know, right? Damn right. More you know. Wholesome? There you go. Exactly, Mini Scruff. I'm not nearly as wholesome. Did you see my comment over in the Coppinger stream? Did you just see that? Is that what you're taking into account? Yeah, I'm definitely not that wholesome. All right. Touche. I get it. How you doing, man? Yeah, cheers. Gavin, I'm not sure I believe you, but I'll take it. Sure, no worries. Not sure I believe you, but okay. Wow, dude, yeah. Coppinger rated a stream with less than 500 followers? Oh my god, dude. Yeah. No, I've actually never eaten at a Dunkin' Donuts. I know I've had, like, donuts from Dunkin' Donuts, like, ages ago, but that's, like over 20 years ago. So, yeah, no, I've never had yeah, right? As an adult, I've never had anything from Dunkin' Donuts, despite the tweet that I made a little bit ago. hold on. We'll scroll back to it because it's worth triggering a few people, right? There it is. Dude, we just nailed on it serendipitously. Woo! Nailed it. Finally had one of those New York bagels people are always talking about. Not bad. Meanwhile, look at the dude looking at us. Yeah, he's looking at me taking this photo like, what the hell is this dude up to? What is this dude up to? Heavy Michael Scott vibes. I get it. I get it. But also, yeah, someone even screenshotted this dude. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Yeah, totally. Hold up. I got one more. Went for some authentic Mexican cuisine. It's at the Taco Bell Cantina, so you know it's the good one. Yeah, exactly. Duh. I wore my fancy hoodie and everything. I've even got the whiskey Coca-Cola. I was walking around with it. Deal with it, New York. Deal with it, New York. Yeah, I'll happily throw a whiskey into some Coca-Cola. It's just Coca-Cola until you actually catch otherwise. Just saying. Don't let New York know. But yeah, how you doing? DM Mulroy, Mr. Sir, how was your vacation? We still on for tomorrow? I just feel like it's worth double checking. You know. Leo Stera stopped in earlier. Let him know that, yeah, we're probably going to be going, like, way past his bedtime. But I do want to post, like, the VODs at some point. And yeah, so I have been procrastinating, like professionally procrastinating, right? Professionally crastinating. That's the word. There we go. I have been professionally crastinating the abstraction that we need to do right here. Word. Hell yeah. Yeah, no worries. I feel like we're really close. Like, the fact that we're so close to done is actually making me a little sad. I think tomorrow is actually, like, the last one. I'm actually, like, kind of sad about that. I think tomorrow is our last one. We got like one fix to make to like validate and verify our testing. Let me, oh, do I have an editor for that? I don't think I do. In the time since we haven't done this, yeah, like we're super close. It'll be your first package on OPAM? Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I plan on releasing it under the Vexilla name, right? As an organization. Hope you're okay with that. But yeah, like the publishing aspect of all of that is something we need to do right after we finish this like little mini like POC. All right, perfect. Hell yeah. Yeah, So the thing we're working on is kind of brand new since the last time you were in here. It's a writing tool for books. I'm focusing on fiction, and the goal would be eventually within like a snippet, I can click a button to do like an audio recording and have that audio recording turned into text. And then the end goal would be, hey, let me take this book and output it, like I don't have a button for it yet, but output it to a PDF or something and save it somewhere. Bam, nailed it, right? I'd also like to back up everything and blah, 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 right? Like have a good way of perpetuating all this logic. But yeah, that's the big thing we're working on right now. This is towards a fiction novel I've wanted to write, you know, for the past couple months. Use AI to generate narrators? I mean, that's like way outside of scope. Like for me, this would be about, I want to record myself saying these things. What if I could eventually glue together all of those audio snippets into an audiobook? That'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Identify like snippets from the audiobook that need re-recording based upon like clipping, etc. Ooh, man, like could I, right? My main goal is to use audio to make it to where I don't have to type everything, because I think we all know I'm a bad typist. DM Mulroy, I think even yourself as someone who can type quickly, what if it could save you from typos? Not saying that's a problem for you, but that's for you to self-identify with. Yeah, if you wanted to write a book or a blog post about some things, couldn't you do it? Yeah, I think you could. Absolutely. Why not? Yeah, no offense, I will point out, and I really hope you don't feel bad about this. When I mention why I don't care about my own typing speed, I do kind of point out the error rate of people that I consider really good typists. You and Prime are basically like the two that I reference. I get it, but I'm just, you know, I have a skill. My ability to offend is over 9,000. So I have to be conscious of those moments. Like, totally, man. Totally. So my ability to offend is over 9,000. So yeah, I get it. I haven't offended you yet. I consider that a win. Basically a patron saint? Maybe if there was such a thing as a patron jerk, I'd accept that. The patron saint jerk. There we go. Nailed it. Yeah, exactly. Appreciate that. But calling me a saint, I'm actually offended by that. How dare you? I'm kidding. I don't know. But how dare you? Yeah, how dare you think I'm a good person? The entirety of my history with the rest of the category would dictate otherwise. Yeah, we are at a moment where I've been saying I was going to abstract out this whole component for like the past hour and a half, and I haven't. We've just ranted and chatted and chilled. I think this is a problem for tomorrow. That said, ooh, I'm really happy with what we did today, right? If I add another chapter, right? We call it chapter 2, right? We'll add another just to like exemplify this. Chapter 3, right? Our drag and drop just works. Ooh, that one didn't. Oh no. Of course, that's how demos work. I know, ruh-roh every time. No, it's just when we have like the last one. But then it works. Oh, so it only fails when we haven't reordered anything else. That is such an edge case. We had it working. We don't right now. That said, there's only one edge case to work around, and we don't need to solve that one right now. This is a proof of concept. The longest sigh ever. Yeah, you're not wrong, X Factor. We need to work on modifying and updating snippets within a chapter. And this is where we run into the problem that I've been procrastinating and not wanting to solve. It's either we establish global state for what our chapter has as snippets, or we establish route level state. And route level state versus global state, I think, is actually the move. But we still run into the problem with trying to rename a chapter snippet. I think no matter what, we can't avoid global state. So our task for tomorrow is to actually establish yotai for global state. And then our books and our chapter and our snippets per chapter, all that is actually just derived state based upon the original top level state. Content is the text that relates to a snippet. So a snippet might have a name of character introduction. And the text for it would be me eventually clicking a button to record my audio, and the audio would say, well, these characters just met each other and they already don't like each other. And it would turn my audio into text for that snippet. The goal is to eventually have a single button I press to generate a book from the chapters and however they're ordered, and then the snippets within a chapter. I want to be able to click one button and generate a PDF. That's fine, Bob. Yeah, what is the app that you're talking about? No, X Factor, it always needs to be a content like text area because the recording might not be 100% accurate. So editing the recording to have the right actual words is still something we'd have to do because Whisper is not perfect. Pico Voice is not perfect. Any voice to text is not perfect. And instead, we need to make sure that we are editing that text in a way that we can actually generate a book from it. So no, a text area is always required. The content going within it would be derived from audio. But the audio is not the source of truth. The audio is just a thing that we use to derive the source of truth. And then the source of truth can be modified as we see fit and then glued together as a book. I don't think that matters as much. X Factor, you're focusing way too much on the UI rather than how the data relates to each other. We're not worrying about UI nearly as much yet. That is outside the scope. We need to care about how the data relates and how we derive data. Before we solve those problems, UI does not matter. So you're trying to put the cart before the horse. I'm sorry, X Factor. I have a very specific vision for what I'm trying to do. I'm not looking for feedback on that process yet. I know exactly what I want. Maybe I'm not explaining what I want properly, but I don't care, right? You don't need my entire vision. You just need what I'm saying I need to do. Yeah, so, right, X Factor. The wrong thing, right? Don't make sense of the UI. The UI doesn't make sense based upon what I want yet anyway. Essay.app. So very similar, but still not quite what I want. I'm not trying to write an essay. I'm trying to write a novel, and I think a novel has a very different focus than an essay. Yeah, no, I don't think essay is still, like, trying to solve the problem I'm trying to solve. They do have the sci-fi story into a popular novel, maybe. Sure. Yeah, I just don't think essay is what I want yet. I think I actually have a very specific thing I'm trying to do outside of what essay does. And realistically, the thing I want to make is like a TV show writing tool, right? This book writing tool is actually just a stepping stone to a TV show writing tool. And the TV show writing tool has way more stuff to think about. Like, way more. Right? Like, arcs. Multi-season, multi-episode, whatever, right? How do you maintain steps within an arc and make sure that you actually have those arcs fully represented within the entire structure? How do you fill up 22 minutes worth of content per episode? Like, all of these things are actually separate from what I think essay is going for. So I actually have like a TV show writing tool I want to write that's totally separate. How do we equate the amount of time per snippet, per episode, like all that stuff? Like, nah, like what you're seeing right now is just a proof of concept for a thing that I eventually want to make into a much larger and different project. So I'm not looking for a tool to solve any of this stuff. I'm looking to solve these problems myself to understand the problem being solved better. This is Mantine. But yeah, essay.app doesn't do what I'm looking for. Right? I'm not looking for a tool that does this already. Because what you're seeing me solve right now is not the actual end goal for the eventual tool I want to make. You're seeing an intermediate. Ooh, I haven't had a chance to raid Duct Tape DevOps for a while. He's got a camera and everything. Yeah, let's go raid Duct Tape DevOps. So they are doing NeuroQuack, adding AI, SDXL, and Mistral LLM to their Twitch chatbot. Whoa. Gnarly. Yeah, let's go see what that is. I have no idea. No clue. I'm going to pause the music right now. We're going to go raid Duct Tape DevOps. He's good. Everyone lurking on YouTube, thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate you. Man, it's like towards the end of stream that we get like a larger crowd on the YouTube. So yeah, time zones and stuff. Thank y'all. Appreciate you lurking. But yep, I'm about to end stream. Let me give everyone else a link. Yeah, hold on, YouTube. Here's the link to the Twitch channel we're about to raid. There you go. And yeah, I'm about to end over on YouTube. Later. Cheers.